Okay, we have your image also now. So, okay, I would like to introduce as our first speaker, Professor Olabi. He is professor at University of Sharjah. Previously was the University of West of Scotland, I think. Now, his title is Digital Twin and Artificial Intelligence for Renewable Energy and Energy Storage Systems. So, Professor Olavi, you have 40 minutes to talk, and last 5 minutes should be reserved for questions. Please start with your presentation.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen and my presentation?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
okay.
yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation, and I am sorry I didn't manage to come in person to your conference and to your university. So I wish you all the best, and I am sure it was a fantastic conference for the last 2 days. So what I am going to talk today about digital twin and artificial intelligence for renewable energy and energy storage systems. This is a new technique. Normally, we use like renewable energy, we use energy storage system, we look at energy, and so on, and a lot of things related to energy storage, starting from hydrogen, blue and green hydrogen, and so on. But with the new tool we have, like the digital twin and artificial intelligence, this will help us to do the work faster because we have the right tool to do it. So this is what I am going to talk today about it. Before I start, only like to tell you, to introduce myself, I am directing the Sustainable Energy and Power System Research Center. So the research center, we have 5 groups. One group working on renewable energy and energy efficiency, one group working on biomass and bioenergy, another group working on nuclear energy, here energy storage, which I am working on it, energy storage system and storage management, and then we have smart grid. So the center very active. They have annually around 500 publication. We have around 15% on the top 2%, and we have a lot of patent and research impact. So to start with, why we need to go for artificial intelligence and digital twin, I like to mention about some development we did on fuel cell. So this is later on to connected and correlated with the digital twin. So we a few years ago, we got patent because we changed the flow plate of the hydrogen fuel cell. So this is only an example. This is a fuel cell, and this is like we did number of prototype, and you can see the size of this fuel cell. Can go for mobile phone, but also it can be scaled up to do it like for any other application. Another thing I like to mention, which we are very interested to work on energy storage, is compressed air energy storage. We are doing good progress. Of course, the density of this storage is, we cannot compare it to batteries, but it has a lot of advantage. I am not going to talk about the advantage, but this is one of the important project we feel we are going to progress and to have hopefully a very good development and innovative system. Also, like recently, and everyone, like maybe all governments, they put in their strategy hydrogen, and it can be green and blue, and of course a lot of other type of hydrogen, but it show like hydrogen is very important. So for us in the research center, we consider like we have to look at the developing the material of, the production of, will help us in the production of hydrogen, green hydrogen. We need to look at non-conventional water, because as you know, when we use electrolyzer, we use normal water, fresh water. So we need to go to look at wastewater, how to use wastewater and saline water. So there is a lot of development on this area, a lot of things on electrochemical storage devices, a lot of development also on mechanical and thermal storage devices. We believe energy storage, it's really very important topic, and starting from hydrogen, going to all other topic, it's really important because how we can store the energy. Here, I don't want to stop. This is only to show a few buttons on some electrochemical development. For some material, we use it either in supercapacitor, fuel cell, or batteries, and so on. When I start, before starting using digital twin and artificial intelligence for renewable energy, I want to see why renewable energy. So renewable energy is very important because as you can see, this is traditional figure. I think everyone maybe saw this figure. So the figure shows us like how the emission is increased, the CO2 emission increased after 1950 up to now, increased by tens and hundreds of times. So here, like, the emission was very low, and this is no one were talking about climate change at this point because emission was okay, reasonable. But later on, with the increment in industry, increase of transportation use, increase of the number of car and vehicle and so on, increase of the flight number and so on. So the aviation sector also, it has produced a reasonable number of emission and so on. So you can see the number of emission is increased. So now it is not really choice to have renewable energy. Before, okay, we need renewable energy because traditional energy maybe sometime it will disappear, will finish. But actually the renewable energy is more really than only we need energy. We need really clean energy. Otherwise, the emission will be so much, and the climate change will be suffer from the emission. As you know, like, storage is important, and this is why I'm going to talk about storage system in using digital twin and artificial intelligence. So as you know, here we have, this is the renewable energy, so we need to store the extra amount. So this is what we need, and so we need to store to use it on the time where we don't have renewable energy. I don't want to go, this is only traditional also figure to talk about what is the energy storage in general, because again, from my talking today, we will talk about renewable energy and energy storage system. So renewable energy, well done, well known about, from solar to wind to biomass to hydro and so on, and geothermal, of course, until like we need to store. So we can store either electrochemical or mechanical or thermal or chemical storage and so on. So this is like where we come now to talk about digital twin. So I will start my talk about digital twin. When we talk about digital twin, we need always to think about what is about Industry 4. So now you will see, I will show you the connection between digital twin and Industry 4. As you know, Industry 4 started after like Industrial Revolution. So here we start with Industry 1, when machine production with the help of the steam and water. So here when we started the initial, like there has machine and working with the steam and power and so water, and this is the initial one. And then this is in the 17th century. In the 18th century, we have the machine powered by electricity and combustion engine. And this is maybe the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Here started something, but here really where we have like particular, I can say electricity important, but I think more it's a combustion engine. This is the real revolution for in general for industry. In the 20th century, we have the introduction of using computer, IT, industrial robotic, which result in advanced automation and manufacturing process. So here's the progress was clear. And when we go to Industry 4, we talk about the introduction of Internet of Thinking, advanced computer system, artificial intelligence, cyber physical system, and digitalization. Here what we talk about digital twin. So actually like AI and DT, artificial intelligence and digital twin, they came really at the Industry 4. And this is why we talk about, I like to give some few minutes to talk about Industry 4, because this is the direct connection Industry 4 with artificial intelligence and digital twin. So Industry 4 like was announced in 2011, and now, as you know, maybe we are going toward Industry 5, where there is more progress, particular on the AI, DT, and robotic, and so on. So here, like, it's network of manufacturing resources. So here we have the manufacturing resources can be machinery, robots, conveyor, and so on. That are autonomous, capable of controlling themselves. So this is like controlling themselves. It means there is a robotic, there is a program, there is an algorithm behind which make all these things. So here, like, so here self-configuring, knowledge base, sensor equipped, and so on. So here, like, you can see also the classification and when it's started and where we are now about Industry 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here, when we talk about today, what we have, Industry 4 is revolution and evolution, or we need to know, is the Industry 4 a revolution or an evolution? So we will see. So I think it is both. We have technological evolution and we have business revolution, because the business improved a lot, like increased hundreds of times because of the technology. And this is the technological evolution because we are getting all these tools. So what is the principle of I4? I4, it's modularity, so the ability for system component to easily separated and recombined according to a specific application. Decentralization, so this is the ability of different components of system to work and make decision independently. And virtualization is the ability to replicate system in virtual and allow real-time monitoring. So we'll talk a lot about virtualization. Real-time capability is the ability for system to respond instantly to a request, and we have interoperability, the ability for system to or product to cooperate and exchange information or service with other systems. So here, like the connecting with two systems or product, a complete and reliable manner and with resource optimization. Then we have service orientation, so manufacturing as a service and product as service. So this is like a new concept. So now from this IT4, I want to see like what is the main element of Industry 4. So the main element is IoT, Internet of Thinking, enable physical object to communicate with each other. So because we have this Internet of Thinking, further to share information and coordinate decision. iOS is concerned with systematic use of internet for new ways of creation through materialization of product as service business model. Big data, so everyone know like here about big data. So we need big data, so it means analysis, so we need to have artificial intelligence. So, and here you can see this two item, artificial intelligence simulation modeling. This is really the core what we want to talk about, artificial intelligence and digital tool. So here AI will enable organization to better gain value from the massive amount of information they already have and identify what is likely to happen next and what action should be taken to achieve the optimal result. We have a cloud of computing. I will not go a lot. We have augment of virtual reality. We have additive of manufacturing or additive manufacturing. Here's the second point I want to talk about. This is simulation and modeling technique. So simulation and modeling technique, here we come to digital twin. So design, realization, test, and running of virtual system to simulate and emulate the behavior of physical systems. So here when we make virtual system and we compare or correlate it with the physical system. So then we have automation and industrial robotic, and we have cyber security and technology and so on. So a lot of all the topic is important, and this is what they make the revolution of Industry 4. The main component, like what we want to talk, and really they are the basic of Industry 4, they are the AI, artificial intelligence, and the virtualization, where we come to simulation modeling technique, where we are talking about digital twin. So here only, like, this is Industry 4. So here Industry 4, in the past we have only physical space. So this is a physical space. So what we mean by physical, everything we do physical, like, so we compare, we make experiment to compare, we make experiment to improve, and whatever result we go to improve what our physical system. Recently we have the interaction, we have physical and we have virtual, and here we get the cyber, what we call it the cyber system, and there is kind of interact between the two systems. Here when we come to now, current, and the future, here where we come to the cyber physical system, where we call it the digital twin. So here they are connecting, not only correlated like before, here they are working together. So I have the physical system and I have the virtual system, which is exactly the same like the physical. Whatever I do in the virtual system, it will go to modify the physical system, and whatever I will get in the physical system, it will go to be reflected on the virtual system. So this is really what we call it the digital twin. So here I don't have only connection comparing, I have two physical and cyber system, and whatever I modify, I optimize in the cyber system, which is the virtual system, it will go directly to modify and optimize and give whatever information we need to the physical system. So here's the history of digital twin. So digital twin initially started in 1970, of course, by NASA in their work. And then 1991, so there was like some period why we stopped a little bit, because as you know, when we talk about simulation and optimization, we need very high computer capacity. And here where we got in the 90s really started to get better devices. So here, David Gerementer discussed software modeling to replicate the real operation and physical system here. Then in 2002, another professor started to get the early concept of digital twin. In 2006, there was more about, we call it information mirroring model. So like how to duplicate, like mirror you have. And then in 2010, NASA declared first team digital twin. So here officially they are talking about digital twin. Before like was concept, it was initial work. Here it was officially like declaring we have digital twin. Now currently digital twin is integrated for health, maritime and renewable energy, and a lot of application, because it's very important. More information you can find it in different paper we did and other colleagues did. So now we want to tell what is digital twin. So digital twin simply is an adaptive model that emulate the behavior of physical system, getting real-time data to update itself along its life cycle. So here, like we have the physical system, it have all the real data, and it go to update itself. How? Because the digital twin replicate a physical system in the cyber system. So we have the physical system and we build the virtual system to predict failure. So the virtual system, because we have the algorithm, like we have the software, we have the machine learning inside, so to predict failure and opportunity for changing in order to prescribe real-time action. So it will give us action to the physical model directly for optimizing and or mitigating unexpected event, observing and evaluating the operating system profile. So I have the physical system. I built similar, exactly the same system, but it was virtual. I have all the information of the calculation. It is in the virtual system. it will give me feedback to the actual system. So if I have, for example, we will see some example. I don't want to anticipate. So we have some example to talk about it. So here, starting, for example, digital twin, and we told the 4 questions leading to digital twin. The four question, it's when I start, I want to know where I can use this digital twin. So I can use it here in a lot of things, like I can use it manufacturing, in environment, in aviation, or renewable energy, in oil and gas, and so on. And the second question, when? So when I need to look at this life cycle, I need to look at the production bill of material, and so on and so on. So it will help me a lot. And the third question, why? Why? Because I want to predict if I have any fault, so I can predict the fault. I can make remote monitoring. I can improve the product design. I know what is the customer need, and so on and so on. And then the last question is how. So how? It's really like by duplicating the virtual, the physical system, by the building also the virtual one, the cyber system, and let them work together. So any feedback from the virtual system, it will go directly to the physical system. So I can look at it, sort a lot of issues. So what is the advantage? Why we want like digital twin? So digital twin has a lot of advantage. Like it can have simulation and optimization. So when I simulate the cyber or the virtual part, so it helped me to get like optimize, make the best condition, predictive maintenance quality, because of course when I have the virtual, I can understand when I need to make any maintenance for my batteries, for my wind turbine, for solar panel, and so on. Improve product design, because I'm looking at the virtual. So if there is any issue, I might improve it, change the design, and it will be, I can go to check if I can change also something in the physical, and so it will lead for further improvement or continuous improvement. Remote monitoring, so I'm monitoring the system always, and real-time analytics. So here, like whatever I'm getting from the virtual, so it's on real-time, I am getting information, and I can feed it to the physical system, and so on. So here, like this is, for example, digital twin. I have physical twin, so physical system, I have sensor, actuator, controller. So this is, I need sensor, actuator, controller, because this is will give the data and measurement, events, and action. It will go to the virtual. So here's the digital twin, digital model, algorithm, analysis result. So here I have analysis result, and because I have here what is the component, I have machine learning algorithm. We will get all this information and analyze, and so on, and physical behavior and simulation model. So here I have the simulation model. It go again to the machine learning, and later on the outcome here, it can go to the physical model. So here, for example, I have control parameter, recommendation, action, estimation, fault detection, and diagnosis. So all this information we can get it. So from the physical, we go to the digital, and again, here's the information from all sensor, actuator, controllers, and so it go to machine learning and physical behavior simulation model, and then I get the feedback and I feed it to the physical, where I can make the change required, and then it will be here again. So the new change, it will go directly, so it will update the virtual model, and again we keep repeating and doing the same. So here, why digital twin? I mentioned earlier, so digital model, so the virtual model is developed based on the physical model. Machine learning algorithm, various machine learning algorithm are integrated to perform specific function. Prediction, so this is important. So machine learning algorithm provide various estimation and prediction from the real-time monitoring data from the digital model. Improvement, so here later on when we get the information, we go to the physical model. So the improvements, the prediction and estimate circulate back to allow physical system to adapt to the upcoming alteration. So here, like, I give the information and I develop my model. Here only like to show you physical model also developed by one of our colleagues. So here, like, it's not related to energy, but only to show you it was more on the manufacturing process. So this is like machine, and here's a virtual machine, and there it's connected. So this is the virtual, and so everything we modified or optimized by the virtual model, it will go to be adopted by the physical model. So we need to adopt all the information, all the support we get from the virtual to the real model, to the physical model. So digital twin application for renewable energy and energy storage systems, there are a lot. So we can apply it, as I mentioned, in wind energy. We will see some example, solar energy, biomass, hydroelectric energy, geothermal, pumped hydro. For the energy storage size, we can look at battery, thermal energy, flywheel, buoyancy, hydrogen production, compressed air, and so on. We have, like, we look at in the literature, there is a lot of work done using digital twin. So we can see the maximum, it's on wind energy, so, and followed by solar energy, hydro energy, geothermal energy, and biomass. So it means it shows really good increment in using digital twin in the last few years. So, and I think from what we see in the literature, and so there is more improvement or more use for this tool, like to apply digital twin in renewable energy and energy storage system. So here we will look at example. For example, digital twin for application in thermal energy storage. So here, like in thermal energy storage, we have like the system. We define, implement the digital model. So in digital model, we have simulation, we have domain technology, we have, we look at the time, we look at the mathematical model, we have knowledge driven, and so on. And then we look at the digital data, we call it DD. We have the Internet of Thinking, shared knowledge base, and so on. And here we have the simulation service. And between, we have interface, which we have protocol, industrial communication, industrial Internet of Thinking protocol. So this is the software which will help us to, and here, like, so from the physical model, we have like the sensor, we have thermocables, we have the information we need to feed to the virtual model. And here we build the modeling. So here we have the model exactly similar to the physical model. Exactly. So here, when we get the information, we make the evaluation, and then it will give feedback to the system and to the physical model, and the physical model again will work side by side with the cyber model or the virtual model. Whatever feed I give to the virtual, from the virtual to physical, so physical will be changed to adopt whatever support information you received, and again the virtual model will be updated again according to the physical model, and so on. Here, like digital twin application for battery, also we work on this one. So here we have battery, we have similar thing. I don't want to repeat. We have, like, here we have the model, we have the sensor actuator, we have the digital model, we have the interface, and again we have the evaluation, and we have this circle. Whatever information we give to the physical model, again we will get feedback, and it will go to the virtual model. Any update on the physical model, it will go to update the virtual model, and the virtual model will keep working on optimizing the system, getting the required information and feed it to the physical system. Another work we are looking at, and we did, it's looking at fuel cell. So fuel cell here, we have the fuel cell. This is the physical fuel cell. We have the digital one, and between we have the connection layer. We have the estimation of lifetime, monitor of the battery, state of health, and so on. Here we give the information data to the cyber model, and at the end also we get feedback, and this feedback will go to the fuel cell, to the physical model, and we repeat the same cycle I mentioned earlier. We have digital twin application for in general energy, for hydro energy storage system. Again, similar, we have the physical model, we have the data, we give the virtual model, and again, so here we have the digital twin, and then will give us information about, for example, service, fault intelligent diagnosis, and so on. So information we need maybe to look at the service of the hydro system, or any information needs, so it will change, will be implemented to the physical system, and again we will get this information back to the digital space. We can apply it also for wind. It's very, like you saw earlier, so a lot of research working on this one, because you know, wind turbine, it's first high and all the component on the top, and so if I make virtual model, so I can get directly the feedback without affecting the work of the wind turbine. So the same, I have physical model, I have connection with by sensor, I have also SCADA, I have actuator, and so on. I feed my information to the digital layer. I give information, for example, service optimization, monitoring test, and so on, and I give it to the physical model, and it will be updated, and again, the new feedback will go again, and it will continue the same way. This is what I want to say very fast about digital twin. Of course, like you notice, there is a lot of thing we did simulation and a lot of references you can look, and if you are interested, you can ask. I will talk a little bit about artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence technique, I think everyone now know about artificial intelligence, starting from what we talk about to a lot of things going on the teaching and learning and so on. So artificial intelligence become very important software, very important knowledge, very important thing we needed in our life. And big negotiation was between America and China about artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence in general, very well known, is technique which enable machine to mimic a human behavior. So machine, it will optimize, it will tell us a lot of things, and it will reduce the work of the human. And this is what we notice even in teaching and learning software. Machine learning, subset of AI technique, which use statistical method to enable machine to improve with experience. So here machine learning, it help, like it's supplies the artificial intelligence with the information. Before the machine learning, we have deep learning, it's subset of machine learning, which makes the computation of multi-layer neural network visible. So here I start with the initial regulation. I have the step higher, which is the machine learning, which will go all to artificial intelligence, which will do the final optimization. Let's put it in this one. So here, what is artificial intelligence, function and benefit? So here, as artificial intelligence, I have machine learning. So machine learning, it will help us for energy, for example, working about energy forecasting, predictive maintenance, load management, fault detection, capacity planning, battery health monitoring. And we go to robotic, we have solar panel cleaning, inspection and maintenance, battery manufacturing, testing and recycling, quality control for quick detection, visual inspection for monitoring. We have here about natural language processing, energy consumption, regularity, and safety consumption. And all this come under the artificial intelligence benefit in this sector. So it has a lot of things where I can look at energy forecasting, I can look at planning, I look at testing, recycling. So all this issue related to energy, I can look at it under the umbrella of artificial intelligence, which will help me a lot, will make the work faster and precise prediction.
Professor Olavi,
Yeah,
please try to
yeah, I am
comment.
about finishing my presentation. Thank you. AI can improve the process and make it more efficient, such as energy sector, making electric grid, optimize demand, manage energy, identify new materials, improve computing, help in optimizing, and so on. So a lot of benefit. This is also the way how we look at the methodology. You can look at it about artificial intelligence. Here, how it works, like there is different example. You can look at the references I have here in this presentation, how artificial intelligence work, for example, on hydrogen production, work on compressed air, energy storage. It can work very well on, in general, about energy storage system and so on. So thank you very much. This is also thanks to my team who work with us, like my collaborator, my colleagues, and so on. And thank you very much. And if you have any question, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Olavi, for a very interesting talk, and also thanks for keeping the time. Okay, now we will try to ask questions. I will take the questions from the audience and then tell the questions to you. Are there any questions? Any questions? No. So the
It's
presentation.
okay. It's too early for a question, I think.
So, okay, then when there are no questions, let's thank to Professor Olavi for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the conference.
Okay, there's an error, I think. Our next speaker is Professor Cengel. Okay, it's the wrong projection, but Professor Cengel doesn't need any introduction. Everybody knows him very, very well from his great work. Professor Cengel, please come to the stage.
is converted to chemical energy. The plants really eat solar energy. And then the animals and the humans, we eat plants and each other, of course. And then they we can do our biological functions. So that means we are really eating the sun. So our energy source is the sun. When we eat, let's say, peaches, I don't know, like vegetables, other fruits, etc., actually we are consuming solar energy. Technology. Engineers work on technology. The physicists, chemists, biologists, they usually work on science aspect, and we always work together. And now let's also I was in Europe in 1970s. And now, if you ask me how I would summarize the science of thermodynamics, I think this would be my summary. The basics of thermodynamics. So basically, the conservation of mass balance, and very simple, whatever system you have, mass calculation minus mass deviation, change in mass, quite large, right? And then energy balance, saving energy minus energy output, change in energy. Okay, we know these, but when we get into entropy and exergy, we start getting confused. Okay, what is entropy balance? It's again, entropy change is entropy at minus saving, but we don't stop there. This time we also have entropy generation. Yeah, we have something which we generate or create out of nothing. And in physics, we don't have it like that. Energy you can convert other forms, but energy is conserved from, let's say, chemical to thermal to electrical, then thermal, whatever. In entropy, we don't have it. That is, entropy can be created out of nothing. And exergy, again, our reference is exergy minus exergy output exergy change. Doesn't work that way. Exergy can be destroyed. It is something that you simply destroy. You no longer have it. So it is important to preserve it in the best possible form. Exergy. And exergy is the work potential of energy. I discussed it. So the first two of the equations, they deal with the first law, and the second two equations deal with the second law of thermodynamics. Okay? And you can see why the first one is so easy. It is just like, checking account in the bank. What is the account balance? You put money in, and then you take money out. Your balance changes quite differently. So to show it graphically, energy is conserved. Okay, let's say it transfers through the wall, whatever leaves the house, okay, goes into the atmosphere, then they are the same in the steady operation there. And then entropy increases, exergy decreases. Let's say exergy is destroyed. And if you compare the first and second law of thermodynamics, again, the main difference is that we have in the first law deals with the conserved quantities, energy, and necessity for energy. The second law deals with non-conserved quantities, like entropy and exergy. And the second law is also related to sustainability, great practices, effectiveness, efficiency, performance, whatever. And usually we miss that dimension because we don't quite understand entropy and exergy. But I think they are important to understand. And if you define efficiencies, like the thermal efficiency, and the first efficiency is a measure of the degree of completion. Let's say you have your thermal energy, and you want to convert it to electricity. What is your goal here? To generate electricity. What is your input? Thermal energy. Then the ratio is simply the first efficiency. Very simple. Second law efficiency is not that way. Second law efficiency is, let's say you do the conversion. Let's say you got like 15% efficiency, which is looks bad, but it's not really bad. I just did it wrong. The second law efficiency is the actual performance compared to best possible performance. that is the best to learn, or how close are you to the best performance? That way you see the room that you have for potential improvement. The first efficiency does not give you that. Therefore, to summarize again graphically, the three electron thermodynamics, mass energy conservation, and then the second concept of efficiency, performance relative to the best possible performance, and effectiveness. How effectively you use the resources, whatever resource you have. If let's say you are 100% effective there, you don't waste anything, that means it cannot be improved. And you are doing well. In reality, of course, you don't have that. Okay, now let's get into a little entropy, exergy, and secondary efficiency. Again, to lay the background for later discussions there. Now, exergy. Conceptually, exergy is the work potential. It has the energy units. It is like energy. And sometimes energy and exergy are the same. For example, electricity. It is work. Okay? Let's say we have 10 kilowatt hours of electricity. How much exergy do we have? 10 kilowatt hours. That's it. Or let's say we have a short work. This may go for, let's say, motors to run the motor there, electric motor. Again, short work and exergy, they are the same thing. But let's say you have thermal energy, heat. I have hot water here at a certain temperature. The energy is 100 kilojoule. What is the exergy? Then you calculate that. You will see that it is probably 230 kilojoules. Meaning, you cannot convert that energy entirely to work. Okay? You can convert on a fraction, and that fraction is the exergy. So it is like, you know, the let's say essence of energy, exergy. Okay, question: can the exergy content of an energy system be greater than energy content? Let's say our system 100 kilojoules of energy. Can the exergy be 120? Probably you will say no. But the answer is yes, it can also happen. I will show that in the end. If let's say you cannot get any work out of a system, the you cannot convert any of that energy to work. Then we say it has zero exergy, zero work potential. Okay? But of course, everything is relative. So if let's say we have to have a low temperature region, then of course we can generate some work, but still we give that credit to the other people. And sometimes we get the question like, should we do entropy analysis or exergy analysis? That is, which one is better? There is nothing really better. Okay? Whichever works for you, fine. You can convert one over to the other. You can do entropy analysis, let's say you found entropy generation, how much entropy is generated. Let's say you have a thermal. You can find how much energy is generated while steam energy is converted to mechanical and then electrical energy there. And if you multiply the entropy generation by the environment temperature, it will give you the exergy destruction. So they are connected. They are connected. Or if you did an exergy analysis, you found exergy destruction. Okay, divide by environment temperature in Kelvin, you get entropy generation there. So whichever analysis is easier for you, then do it. And some misunderstandings, for example, high entropy system versus low entropy system. Now, which one is better? Oh, entropy is bad. So, you know, that high entropy, go. Stay away from it. No, not really. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, his system is 10 units of entropy, another person's 15. Which one is better or worse? We cannot say that. The value of entropy is really meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. You have a system, it has a certain amount of energy, that energy is meaningful. You know what you can do with that much energy. It has that much entropy. No. So entropy is the definition of being the bad guy. Not really. It is meaningless. It is not bad or good. In fact, it is good if you have to force me to take a stand. Why? I have, let's say, steam at 200 degrees and then steam at 500 degrees. Which one has more entropy? Steam was at 500 entropy, right? Look at the tendency. Whichever has a reference point we use, it has a more entropy. Is it bad? No. I am making a 500 degree steam, all degrees, or 200. So high entropy is not something bad. But high exergy is low potential. It is never bad. It is always good. The more the exergy, the better. Okay? And entropy change of a system. Okay, we did this, and entropy change from that value to that value. Okay, what does it mean physically? Nothing much really, just changed. If the system is insulated, then entropy change is meaningful because it corresponds to entropy generation, which is bad. Entropy can be good or bad. Entropy generation is always bad. Entropy generation, when you generate entropy, that means you are doing some wasting. And with entropy generation always comes destruction of exergy. But entropy change, not really. For example, you transfer heat, okay, from here to there. This will lose entropy. This will gain entropy. So what is the entropy change here? A certain negative number. What is the entropy change then? Certain positive number. Entropy decreasing, entropy increasing. And so nothing. Nothing. Doesn't tell you much stuff. Okay? But entropy generation is very new. And then you do second order analysis, you try to minimize entropy generation. And if the entropy generation is zero for a process, you can say that the process is thermodynamically perfect. Okay? And exergy of a system is meaningful because it represents how much work you can get out of it. And then exergy change of a system is meaningful because it means how much does it increase or decrease. It is still work potential. And exergy destruction is also meaningful because that potential is gone forever. It will never come back. So we have destroyed a potential. For example, I have 1 kilogram of gasoline, chemical energy, a lot of exergy energy. And then, let's say outside I burn it. I may get some benefit, let's say somebody is, let's say, getting warm or something. But that energy is gone to the atmosphere. Now I have in the atmosphere carbon dioxide, whatever at room temperature. Okay? Where is the energy? It is really long. It is radiated to the space or whatever. The entire exergy is destroyed there. We don't get much benefit out of it. So this is again the perspective how to look at the entropy and exergy. So I think yesterday there was a question about entropy. Entropy does not do anything. Entropy is not an agent. Entropy cannot do any harm. It's just a number. Its meaning is in our mind. Nothing else there. And again, as background, efficiency definitions. Okay, how do we define efficiency? The general thing is that you do some change, some conversion, whatever you want at the end, okay, what you want to get, compared to what we have to supply. That ratio. And you do it such that it is not really over 100%. But efficiency, then you let's say the efficiency of this system, whatever percent, okay? Is it meaningful? Yes and no. Unless you see how the efficiency is defined, okay? Don't count on that number, whether it is good, bad, or something, because it depends on how efficiency is defined. In the heating system, you see it like the natural gas heating system. Efficiency like 108% efficiency, and you feel like, oh, what's happening here? Are they violating the first law, like creating energy? No, they simply use the lower heating value, that's it. And then if they use the higher heating value, which is the correct way of doing that, you get efficiency below 100%. If let's say you define efficiency differently, then you cannot compare. It is like comparing apples and oranges there. And you can define efficiency even for cooking. Okay, for example, let's say you will fix some spaghetti, okay? If you use a gas range, only like 1/3 of the energy will be used to boil water. If you use let's say a kettle, it will be 100% because all the electricity is converted to heat. 100% efficient. Can it be 100, maybe 99 point something? No, exactly 100%. Cannot be less, cannot be more. Whether it is all or no doesn't matter. Otherwise, you will have to show me where the difference is. It is 99%, where the 1%. Because thermal energy is the lowest form of energy. When you waste something, instead it is converted to thermal energy. And the second law of efficiency is defined as more formally, you do something and you recover the exergy, okay, and then you expand the energy, use certain amount of energy during the process. If let's say at the end the exergy is the same as what was supplied, the efficiency is 100%, it's a perfect process. More easily, you check for exergy destruction, here, exergy destroyed. Okay, I found the entropy by the exergy I should use entropy, find the entropy generation then. Okay? And then multiply that by environment temperature, that is the exergy destruction. So 1 minus exergy destruction divided by exergy that you use, you consume. Okay? This is a second law of efficiency. Again, upper limit is 100%. Lower limit is 0% there. And let's say for heat engines, you compare the actual performance to best possible performance, and we define that such that it is never over 100%. If let's say you do refrigerators or compressors, you do the opposite, because in the perfect case, it will consume the least amount of exergy, but we are supplying more. We define it backwards, so that you have that 100% upper limit there. And if let's say your devices are perfect, like reversible devices, the second law of efficiency is always 100%. For example, Carnot engine. Let's say the source is at 1000 Kelvin here, and the environment 300. What is the carbon efficiency here? 1 minus 300 over 1000, 70%. Now we know that efficiency cannot be more than 70%. Because it is reversible, so it is the upper limit. But again, that definitely doesn't sound, good. Okay? If let's say it cannot be improved any better, you want it to be 100, so that it is clear. It's easy. You compare, let's say, the actual engine, which is Carnot engine here, to the ideal engine, which is again Carnot here. Take the ratio. What is the ratio? 100%. So what is the second coefficient of Carnot engine? 100%. Second coefficient of all the reversible engines. So kind of gives you an idea about the perfection. Gives you a criteria, a framework to evaluate the real things. Within that frame, you do that. And another question, can the second efficiency be greater than first efficiency? Again, some people think it cannot. This example shows that it can. This is 70% first efficiency, 100% second efficiency, so no problem there. And sometimes the terminology can be misleading. For example, resistance heaters. Okay, many of us have it in our homes, right? Some heaters, and then you plug it in, you heat your room. There are resistance wires inside, that's it. So electricity is converted to thermal energy inside. Now, what is the efficiency? Efficiency of resistance heaters, the oil heaters that we have sometimes, or the radiant heaters, the same thing. 100%. Always 100%. Ooh, excellent. 100% efficient.
So it is good, but it is bad. Why? Because we have involved in Excel to which is harnessed by the best form of energy to the lowest form of energy. And what 100%? Okay, let's consider from analysis. We have the efficiency.
In this case, efficiency is like 3.7, just 4%. Which means this is a terrible device. It is a terrible way of heating space, water, whatever. Or it is economical something else. Okay, what is a better way? What is a better way? To use heat pumps. Okay? Okay, what do? They simply use the work to get the heat from the cold outside, carry it into the warm inside. And if you do this, and if you do it perfectly, the second efficiency there will be 100%. So we have the COPs in that case, COP 3, 4, 5, whatever. Meaning you use 1 unit of electricity, you get in like 5 units of heat. Instead of paying $100, you pay only $20 for heating. Okay, for the same amount of heater. Okay? So you can do really either entropy or extension, and you can convert one to the other. And usually the message you get from one is applicable to the other one. Okay, the second efficiency, a good way to view the second efficiency is to see it as a measure of perfection. A measure of perfection. If something is perfect, the second efficiency is 100%. And since nobody is perfect, nothing is perfect, the second efficiency will be what? Less than 100%. The first efficiency can be 100% thermodynamically. The second law, no, except if let's say you go to the subatomic level, the fundamental particles, etc., there is no friction there is no loss there. So you can say at that level, the second efficiency is 100%. But other than that, in real work, the work that we deal with, it is always less than 100%.
Again, some exceptions, I should say, like to conductivity. Zero resistance. So, let's say no loss there. The transmission is 100% efficient. Thermodynamically, a process with a second efficiency of 100% is perfect, and it has zero entropy generation, and it has zero exergy destruction, and therefore zero waste. So thermodynamically, this is what we want to do, but this is what we are trying to achieve. Zero entropy generation, zero exergy destruction, therefore zero waste. Now, waste is something physical. It is you don't waste your resource. Of course, we will waste some. At least let's minimize how much we waste that. And also thermodynamics says nothing can be more perfect than perfect. You cannot do better. If you claim that you do, then you are violating the second law. But if I am right, then we are not change the law. So the laws, are open to be changed if necessary. But it couldn't happen. Therefore, the aim of thermodynamics, in particular second law, is really to achieve perfection and to have zero waste. Okay, now let me again make a point using a simple example. Question: what is 2 plus 4? 2 plus 2. Okay? Of course, it's 4, right? 2 plus 2 is 4. If something is so obvious, this is what we do. It is so obvious, as obvious as 2 plus 2 is 4. Right? Thermodynamically, is this correct? The first law says yes. If you get 2 energy here, 2 energy from there, combine them, okay, you get 4 units. Nothing less, nothing more. But the second law says, not necessarily. If, let's say, you deal with entropy, 2 plus 2 may make, instead of 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. If you deal with exergy, 2 plus 2 may make even 0. It cannot be more than 4, but it can be, let's say, maybe 3, 2, whatever. Therefore, the second law really questions all the truths that we may have. Same thing, let's say, is unity a source of strength? Of course it is. No, it is not. If they are not compatible, okay, it is a source of weakness. Look at many companies that are merged, okay, they have to get a divorce because it was a very bad marriage there. Therefore, second law, I think, gives you a new pair of glasses to look at events from a different perspective. And another thing we learned from the second law is that the effect of temperature on efficiency. For example, this is the carbon efficiency relation, right? 1 minus sink temperature over source temperature. And that is also the fraction of thermal energy, which can be converted to work. And obviously, for a given environment temperature, the higher the source temperature, the higher the efficiency. As this goes down, okay, the efficiency will go down. When it is, let's say, low there. In a few minutes, you will see the efficiency of geothermal power plants. They are low, like in 12, 13, 14%. Okay. And last week, I was talking to one of the engineers, efficiency, and he says, 13%, that is very low. That is something to make it like 30%. You cannot do that. Because the temperatures we deal with in geothermal industry is between 100 and 200. And that's it. Okay? You cannot increase them. So you are limited by the low temperature. So 13% efficiency is actually a good efficiency in the geothermal sector there. Again, the second law of thermodynamics, okay, these concepts, okay, help us understand them. and not have unrealistic expectations there. Okay? Okay, let me skip that one. Now, geothermal energy. First of all, I'm sure you know what geothermal energy is. Geothermal energy is, as the term implies here, geo is the earth, thermal heat, thermal energy. So geothermal energy is the thermal energy of the earth. Okay, where is it? At the core of the earth, the magma. And also the radioactive reactions in the ground, other things, etc. So it is the energy of the earth. And if let's say the crust of the earth is not very thick, and if let's say you have let's say water sitting into those regions, that water will be heated, it will be vaporized, the pressure will rise, as pressure rises, the temperature will rise. You may have hot water at temperatures over 200 degrees. And if you dig a hole, a well, maybe 1 or 2 kilometers deep, then you can get access to that energy. So it is the geothermal energy. It's a thermal energy. Usually it is in the brine form, means liquid. Sometimes it is steam, sometimes a mixture. Okay? So this is the geothermal energy. And we take the heat out, you use it for whatever purpose you want to use it here. And then after its energy is taken out, you re-inject it back to the reservoir. Then it is heated, we never throw it out, okay? It is again heated, and then you take it above the ground and reuse it. It is continually, heat is continuously supplied by the earth. And the distance between the two is at least like 1 kilometer. So that they don't mix, they don't spoil the source there. Then eventually they come back. As they come back, they are heated. And the geothermal energy is used in a lot of places. Many places, like I think in Denizli, Aydın, Manisa in Turkey, you may see the steam plants rising here like that, steam and then it means there is some geothermal thermal energy there. You may have hot baths, okay, maybe a temperature 30, 40. You may have water here like in Pamukkale, which is hot. Okay. You may use the thermal energy to do greenhouse farming. As you see here, is not burning natural gas. Yeah, you can generate power as you see here. And I will concentrate on power generation instead of the direct thermal use. Okay, what is the magnitude of the geothermal power? Worldwide, it is, we have like 555 geothermal power plants in the world. The number of nuclear power plants is about, I think, 450 or something. So we have more geothermal power plants than nuclear power plants. Of course, the nuclear power plant generates like 1,000 megawatts. Geothermal power plants typically 20 megawatts. So they are not really comparable there in the amount of power that they generate. So 16.1 gigawatt of power. That means in the world, the electricity generated by geothermal power plants is comparable to electricity generated by 16 nuclear power plants, which is not bad. Okay. And it is, of course, clean energy. It doesn't have radioactivity, waste fuel to deal with, etc. So it has the advantage of that. In Turkey, new name Turkey, we have about 60 geothermal power plants, and we generate almost like 2 gigawatts. That means
the electricity generated by geothermal power plants in Turkey is comparable to electricity generated by 2 nuclear power plants. So which is good. It is what? Using renewable energy, okay, and it is inexpensive compared to nuclear power plants, and we have full control over it instead of, let's say, other countries or companies, because we don't have the capability to do that, and they are very easy to build. You can actually build a nuclear power plant using off-the-shelf components. Get a turbine, get some heat exchangers, basically that's it. And we have different technologies to generate power. For example, what you see here is the single flush system and then double flush. We will deal with binary systems, okay? So we rely on heat exchangers here, and we use the brine to give the heat to an organic fluid like butane or pentane. Pentane is used a lot. And then it just goes back underground. And then pentane just completes the cycle, close the cycle. And let's say this is a schematic of a plant in Germanic. Okay. You can see the components here. Okay, this is the generator, the turbines there, and then the heat exchangers, okay, and then the fans for cooling purposes there, and then some photos there, the way it operates, etc. And now on efficiency, okay. There are different efficiencies of geothermal power plants. One is the gross efficiency. The generator, the work generated by the generator, okay, it is the gross power, divided by the geothermal heat energy consumed from entrance to where? To reinjection. Take the ratio, this is gross. And if you subtract the pumper in the cycle, the pentane pumps, then it becomes the net electric, okay? Okay. And then, if let's say you also include sales of consumption, everything you sell to the industry, okay? Then it is the overall efficiency. So the usually you don't have other places. The most to the oldest there. And we have 2 cycles. Level 1 and level 2, high pressure, low pressure. You get the efficiencies. And the efficiencies are typically again 12, 13, 14% there. Okay. And for exergy efficiency, you get the exergy consumed, that is exergy of the brine, steam, whatever. And then you compare it to how much power you generate, net power. That is your exergy efficiency. For pump and motor efficiencies, no difference here. Okay. Simply the mechanical energy supplied by the pump compared to what is consumed by the water for the combined efficiency. Right? And for the let's say turbine, again the same thing. Okay, we use the isentropic efficiency for the turbine. It is typically 80–90%. For the heat exchangers, again the heat exchanger efficiency, that is, you calculate the maximum amount of heat that can be transferred, compare it to the actual heat transfer, take the ratio. The ratio can be like still almost 100%. That is just a couple of couple of degrees of temperature difference is enough. For the exergy efficiency of heat exchangers, you determine the exergy destruction. Okay. And then compare it to the exergy supply. Okay, and then platform it is the exergy efficiency there. The valves, they are really the waste flow devices. They are going to control the flow, but they destroy all that pressure energy there. And they are used a lot unnecessarily in geothermal power plants, incorrectly. But it is, I think, part of the life there. So they are really the best inventional engineers, the valves, but also the worst inventions because they destroy expansion there. You can do less the full power cycle analysis. Okay. Very easily. And I'm a lot of consulting with geothermal company. This is one of the analysis that we did there. And if you look at the results, look at the efficiencies for the power plant, about 14%, and the overall like 10%. Exergy efficiency about 40-something percent there. That is, we are able to use half of the work potential there. And the thermal efficiency, these are the examples. I'm out of time, so I rush through this. For preheaters, again, the efficiencies are up to like 98%. Okay, meaning lava brine there, okay, like almost full potential in the preheaters there, and they price the same thing. And we can use this analysis to do some diagnostics, okay. For example, you have, let's say, heat exchangers which are dirty. When they are dirty, there is less heat transfer. Less heat transfer means less power generation. As a result, your performance, will suffer. When you clean this, how much more power will you get? Again, by doing the comparison, you can get good numbers from that. And let me just answer this on energy having just more exergy. An example is energy at minus like 162, okay? This is called cold energy, and the energy amount is low, but if you do a Rankine cycle using that cold energy and using the C, cold C at 15 degrees as the source, what you get is, let's say the amount of cold energy is like 88 kilojoules per kilogram. Exergy is 1012, so you get like 1 unit of work for each, 1.14 unit of work for each unit of cold energy. Okay? So this can also happen. Let me test these. And my last word, let's keep in mind that unused renewable energy, whether it is solar, wind, or geothermal, is wasted energy. Right now, the wind is blowing, we don't think much of it. We are not doing anything bad. But by not using it, you are actually wasting it. Because that wind will never come back. The sun, okay, it is right now here, that solar energy will be gone if you don't use it. So I think I extended my time a little bit. With that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very interesting and instructive talk. Any questions? Please. Any remarks?
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I am wondering about the entropy. You already proposed a new function related to entropy. What is the benefit of this new concept compared to other ones available in the literature? Can you make a comparison, and why we need to use your proposal? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address that thing. It is really innovation in education, in a sense. If, let's say, you can teach a concept, okay, using less time, less energy, less confusion, I think thermodynamically we are doing a good job. In thermodynamics, let's say you may remember we have relative pressure, relative specific volume to analyze the
usually processes of ideal gases with very little SATs. But those functions are archaic, awkward, confusing, the names are wrong, and the students always, ask questions on that, and we spend a lot of time on those things. Then what I did there is define a new function. We have S0 anyway, S plus, which is very kind of the twin of S0, and then by using that, I do not need to use relative pressure and relative specific volume, so those are now gone forever. And we can also do constant volume variable specific analysis, which we could not do using PR and VR. So, it does everything that PR did, plus more.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Professor Chengel. Professor Chengel, you have mentioned about renewable energy and other sources of energy, really either we use it or waste it. What about what potential of human beings? We waste every day so much. So what's your prescription about it?
Yeah, I think we never think about that, but
It's a
very, very important question.
We have so many young people around,
Yeah.
so they need guidance, they need prescription.
Exactly.
You are there as an expert, so why not providing a prescription?
Excellent question, and I want to, I think, spend a minute or two to, if the chair allows, to address that issue. We usually complain, we don't have time, and then, somehow we don't have this, we don't have that, but it is not how much you have, it is how efficiently and effectively you use. See, I was talking to a fellow engineer in November this morning, and she's trying to learn English. She went to the one-year prep school, but her English is not still good enough. Okay, and she wants to improve it. And then she said she doesn't have time. Yet, she goes to work and spends half an hour to work, and then half an hour back from work to home. And I told her, listen, there are excellent videos on YouTube. Kind of takes you certain, conversations, concepts, this and that. And then, as you drive to work or back from work, simply listen to those YouTube videos. You don't need to watch, obviously you should, but you hear. If you, let's say, expose yourself to 1 hour of English here listening, because they do a lot of repeating, so that the concepts are well established there. If, let's say, you do that 1 hour a day, without using any extra time, believe me, your English will be in time very practical and good enough. Because I know from myself in 1970s how I learned English. In Istanbul, using İETT buses, right here from Fatih to Taksim, Gümüşsuyu. Of course, no YouTube at the time. No videos, no nothing. Just use the ODTÜ prep books, 18 books. They use at language school. I started from book 1 and I studied English myself. I took notes and then I studied those notes in the bus. The traffic is heavy, this and that, who cares? I am studying English. It is how I learned English. Yeah. And then I went to the US, a few about 3 months of language school, that wasn't bad. But the amount of potential that we are wasting is, I think, really unbelievable. For example, the intellectual potential that we have. I think your parents, many of them say, there was an article in the newspaper. The pay difference between grade school graduates and university graduates is shrinking in Turkey. Okay? That is almost like we don't make extra money that much by going to the university. So university degree may not be economically feasible. Okay? And if we take this as criteria, probably you will remain as a mediocre person. We have tremendous amount of intellectual potential. when you study and when you delve into something, when you do some deep learning, intellectually you utilize that potential. So you become, not physically, but intellectually, larger, better, more, I think, encompassing person, which is, self-growth. Let's say emotionally. If you use your emotional potential, I think you may have an emotionally very rich existence. If you ignore your emotions, okay, don't develop them, you will be a very dry, boring person. So all those potentials, can be improved, okay? And the limit, in those cases, really, almost there is no limit there. So I think this is what the humans do, and you should do your best to utilize your time, intellectual abilities, your emotional, I think, potential, and other things.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we are out of time, so thank you. We thank again Professor Schenker for the excellent talk. Thank you for your attendance. Now I am closing the session. Thank you very much.
So let's extend our sincere thanks to Session Chair Professor Ali Cemal Benim, Dr. Abdülgani Olabi, and Professor Yunus Çengel for their remarkable keynote talks. Their insights have been invaluable contributions significantly to our symposium. Now we would like to invite our symposium chair, Professor Mehmet Ziya Söğüt, to the stage for a special presentation. Professor Söğüt will be presenting a plaque to honor of our speakers' outstanding contributions to our symposium. Let's extend our heartfelt gratitude to our session chair Ali Cemal Benim, Professor Abdülgani Olabi, and Professor Yunus Çengel, and our symposium chair Mehmet Ziya Söğüt for their exceptional contributions. As they graciously exit the stage, please join me in showing our appreciation with a round of applause for their invaluable insights and dedication to our symposium. Our esteemed guests, we will now take a brief coffee break until 11 a.m. Please enjoy the refreshment network and be charged for our upcoming sessions. Thank you. Scientific career spans extensive research in the domains of fuel cells, hydrogen, and intricate mathematical modeling of integrated energy systems. His scholarly pursuits have been anchored in an array of compelling studies, primarily focusing on various critical areas. These encompass the modeling of direct internal reforming solid exude fuel cells, pioneering advancements in material development and mathematical modeling for direct methanol fuel cells, and trailblazing development of high-temperature PEM fuel cells. Professor Cholpan's contributions extend to simulation and optimization of fuel cell vehicle powertrains, catalytic dehydrogenation of solid hydrogen storage materials, analysis of organic Rankine cycle-based systems, and the exploration of fuel turbojets. Additionally, his expertise branches into diverse realism, including to the mathematical modeling of membranes reactors, power-to-gas systems, and to innovative development of electrochemical hydrogen compressors. With such a rich and varied portfolio, Professor Can Özgür Çolpan stands as a visionary in advancing critical phases of energy and fuel systems. Let's extend a warm welcome as Professor Çolpan joins us on a stage to guide and introduce our next set of insightful talks.
Hocam sunumu gelmiş. Hocam sunumu yok. Dear participants, good morning. Now it's my privilege to invite the first invited speaker, Professor Adnan Bedili from Istanbul Technical University, Institute of Energy. So his presentation title is On Exergy Analysis of Plasma Gasification for Hydrogen Production. So Professor Bedili, the floor is yours. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dear Chairman, thank you very much for inviting me today. And today I will mention about the exergy analysis of the plasma gasification process for hydrogen production. This is a very new technology for production of the hydrogen gas, actually hydrogen-rich gas. Actually, this is the project, TÜBİTAK project subject, and now I will present this topic on behalf of the project team. Meanwhile, I would like to introduce the project team, and I am project manager, and the researchers, as you see here, and we have two consultants. One of them is Professor İbrahim Dinser, another one, Professor Hayati Olgun. We have already completed this project, and we submit the project report to TÜBİTAK. In this regard, I would like to actually, this paper was produced in the scope of our national project. The financial support provided to this project, 117N436 by Turkish Scientific and Technical Research Council, TÜBİTAK, is greatly appreciated for financial support. The content, actually, what I talk about includes the main objective, motivation, solid waste management, and conclusion. And meanwhile, I will actually mention about the experimental system of plasma gasification, and also I will explain how can we perform the exergy and energy analysis of the plasma gasification system. And we will talk about some results, and we will discuss what we obtained, and then I will actually share the conclusion with you. Okay, what is the main objective of this presentation? First, we will try to understand the plasma gasification system for OS minimization. This is very new technology, and I will talk about and I will give some details about the processes and the technologies of plasma gasification. And also, when we perform the experimental work, and we will obtain some results, and how can we perform the exergy analysis of the process. And it is really important for the researchers dealing with the gasification technology or pyrolysis technology. As a motivation, actually, I will talk about the waste management. What kind of actual wastes we have in daily life? We have actually many wastes. Some of them can be disposed of, some of them actually can be recycled. If you recycle the waste, at that time you can produce some useful products. For example, you have paper as a waste, you can convert it into useful products by recycling. And on the other hand, what we have actually some harmful wastes. We can we have to actually convert these harmful wastes into useful energy or useful fuel. What kind of wastes we have for recyclable actually wastes? As you see here, we have metal. You can recycle it and you can obtain some new products. And also, if you have paper as waste, again you can recycle it and you can obtain some new or some different products. And glass, plastics, organic waste, and batteries, and light bulbs, and electronic waste are recyclable waste, and you can use all these wastes for obtaining the new products for actually daily utilization. On the other hand, what we have unrecyclable wastes. As you see here, in 2020, you know, we had actually COVID-19, and at the end of the COVID-19, we produced many waste, and some of them actually can be called pandemic waste. Pandemic waste are very harmful, and you can use actually plasma gasification technology, which is high temperature gasification technology, and for disposing this pandemic waste. Again, what we have medical waste as well, and you can directly use the plasma gasification technology for reducing the harmful effects of medical waste, or you can directly convert it into the useful energy as well. And you can actually convert the plastics into useful products. However, some of them actually cannot be recycled, and then you have to dispose them, and you have to convert it into useful energy. Meanwhile, if so, you need plasma gasification technology as well. If you don't use the plasma gasification technology or plasma pyrolysis technology, at that time you cannot actually minimize the harmful effects of the unrecyclable plastic waste. And hazardous waste as well, we have to take into consideration, and we can use all these wastes in the plasma gasification technology. And you know, municipal solid waste are very important for the economy, and you can actually convert these important wastes into useful energy, or you can produce fuels, biofuels, by using this organic waste or non-solid waste. And also another important source is solid sludge, sewage sludge. Sewage sludge is very important for production of energy, and you can convert this into useful fuel as well by using this type of the technology. Here, what I am talking about, actually I am talking about the harmful waste and unrecyclable waste, and you have to develop or you have to consider the actually important technology, and you have to select the technology. When we look at the literature, when we look at the industrial applications, when we look at the actual research products, we cannot see actually any convergent technology except from plasma gasification for this one. Okay, these are important sources for hydrogen production. If so, we have to develop or we have to select the actually the right technology, which is plasma gasification. Here, another important thing is actually dimensions of the plasma gasification. Plasma gasification technology includes actually how these technologies have many dimensions, as you see here. For example, what we have scientific dimension of plasma gasification. You have to design the system, you have to analyze the system, you have to develop a solid model of the system. For example, what you need, actually what we have a health dimension of the plasma gasification. If you produce the medical waste, it means you have to use the plasma gasification for minimizing the effect of the medical waste. And this technology helps actually improve the improve the efficiency performance of the hospitals. And also what we have technological dimensions. Technological dimensions is important. You have to improve the gasification technology. Why? Because a few minutes later you will see the experimental system, and we have to improve the system. We have to actually improve the level of the technology. At that time, we have to take into consideration the technological dimension, as you see here. We have another important dimensions. If you developed, or if you take into consideration the energy technologies, you have to consider all these dimensions for improving the life. Okay, what kind of gasification processes we have? As you see here in the literature, what we have fixed bed gasification. And we can use the fixed bed gasification technology. Actually, the technology is called fixed bed gasifier. And by using the fixed bed gasifier, you can convert the wastes into useful energy as well. Another one, and full-side bed gasification is important. And full-side bed gasification produces the actually very clean gases for the applications. And what we have untrained bed gasification process and underground gasification process. And here we have to emphasize, we have to concentrate on the plasma gasification process. By using all these technologies, we can produce the hydrogen-rich gas, syngas as well, and also you can actually separate the hydrogen from the syngas, and then you can use the hydrogen for the applications. Okay, let's look at the plasma gasification system, which is mainly focused on the project. This is the schematic illustration of the plasma gasification process. We have all established all the system in our laboratory. As you see here, we have arc plasma reactor, arc plasma gasifier. What we need to supply the municipal solid waste for this technology, for this gasifier. And if we don't use the arc plasma gasification process at that time, we have to actually gasify the wastes between 1,000 degrees Celsius, but it is not enough for the convert the municipal solid waste into useful energy. At that time, we will actually produce many wastes as well, and we have to develop another technologies because of the low temperature gasification process. And then, therefore, we have to add the system arc plasma torch. Arc plasma torch requires the arc plasma power source, and also the plasma power source requires some amount of electricity from the network. Therefore, we have to actually provide the renewable energy. If you have solar energy, if you have actually wind energy, you can use the electricity, green electricity for the plasma power source as well. And if we use actually this municipal solid waste, what we need some gasifying agents. In our study, actually, in our project, we use the vapor and we use some other gasifying agents, and we obtained, this is the schematic illustration of the project, and we produced raw gas, and we clean the gas by using this technology, and then we obtain the clean gas, and also you can use this clean gas for actually in the converging unit for production of these important outputs. Meanwhile, we will obtain the melt at the end of the process. There is no any ash. This is the ash melting. And you can use this melt actually for light concrete manufacturing. Okay, focusing on this schematic illustration, we developed a solid model of the laboratory. This is the plasma gasification laboratory, which is established in the Recep Tayyip Erdoğan University in Rize, Turkey. And as you see here, we developed the same laboratory. We installed this laboratory, we make this one. And there is no any, how can we say, all equipments are required for the processes. And this area is optimized for the gasification technology. And this is the plasma gasifier system. This is the solid model of the plasma gasification system. As you see here, it includes many subunits. And here you see the plasma gasification system. And these are the subunits, and we provide some cooling, some water, some pressurized air, and the others. And also we can actually clean the fuel by using the scrubber system or dry cleaning system. Okay, considering this one, first of all, we have to, as I mentioned before, as you see here, this is important apparatus for the gasification process, arc plasma torch, and we have to develop this one. We actually develop this one. We make some CFD analysis. We perform some thermodynamic analysis, and we decided to develop this one. At the beginning of this project, as you see here, this is the project number, financially supported by TÜBİTAK, as you see here. And first, we produced this plasma light in 3 millimeters, the first time. At that time, actually, we were very happy, and we tried this one for in a small reactor, as you see here. We used coal, and then we actually established this plasma torch for gasifying the coal, lignite, Turkish lignite, inside the reactor, and we tested. And then we developed this technology in order to increase the plasma light. As you see here, we At the end of the improvement processes, we obtained 23 centimeters. And it was really actually important for our study. And we developed this one. This is the 25 kilowatt plasma torch in Turkey. This is the first plasma gasification torch in Turkey. And this is the 25 kilowatt. When we look at the industry, as you see here, this picture is taken from the Google image, as you see here, Alter Energy. They produce a plasma torch, as you see here, and another Plazarium developed the plasma torch, as you see here, and the other company produced the plasma torch. And this is ours. We developed this one. And what is the difference, this one, between this? As you see here, the light actually has a big diameter, but this one is really lower than or smaller than this diameter. However, the plasma light in our system has 2500 degrees Celsius around this one, and it was really enough for applications. You see the differences. Okay, we developed the plasma torch and we tested here, and then we developed this torch, 25 kilowatt, and this plasma light at least 23 centimeter, as you see here. Okay, this is the plasma. Actually, I showed the solid model of the plasma gasification system. We established, we manufactured, as you see here. This is really important. It includes actually two columns, two cooling columns, and there is some processes inside this reactor. And this reactor is a conical reactor. It's very different from the other cylindrical reactors. And also, this plasma technology can be operated in three different functions, which are fixed bed, updraft, downdraft, and plasma pyrolysis. And also, if you increase the air, and then you can actually use this technology as combustion chamber. It means we can perform 4 different functions in this process, in this reactor. This is, this is the connection pipes, and this is the cooling columns, and we actually showed the connection points here. And also, these are collectors. Actually, this is the torch. How can we install the torch inside the reactor, as you see here. And this is the total reactor site. And these are different important subunits, which are cooling unit, boiler, and the compressor, and other important, and also the water gas cleaning system. And you see here there is another important subunits we have. Okay, here I think should be. Okay, as you see here, just briefly, I would like to explain the operating principle. First of all, we collect the wastes and we fill the wastes in the you see in this tank, and then we actually connect the plasma torch into the system, as you see here. We operate the system and we try to produce the product gas. And then, as you see here, this is the gas flowing in the channel. And also we actually determine the composition of the gases by using this system, this gas chromatography mobile system. And you see here actually the exhaust gases from the gasification technology. You can take this one, and you can use this gas in the boilers. And also at the end of the gasification process, we can actually take out the plasma torch from the system, as you see here. At the end of the plasma gasification system, you see actually the final situation of the plasma reactor. And also this is the melting inside the reactor at the end of the plasma gasification system. This actually, as I said before, this is financially supported to TÜBİTAK. We thank TÜBİTAK for the support. And also here, just we designed this one, we actually developed this technology, and also I think I can use it. This is the plasma torch. It's a 25 kilowatt plasma torch. And in a day, you can actually gasify at least 2 tons of municipal solid waste in the reactor. And what else we have here? We have actually the reactor, as you see here. You can see this is really important. There is no any big noise or something, as you see here. Actually, this technology is very new. At the end of the reactor, you see, we are taking out the plasma torch from the reactor, and we start cooling the reactor as well, in order to take out the plasma torch. At the end of the reactor, as you see here, there is very actually high temperature molding inside the reactor. And this is the gas channel unit. And what we have the okay. So at the end of the experiment, we obtained this type of the reactor. You see, very big deformation. And considering all these deformations, we develop new reactor inside the system, isolating and to protect the metal in the reactor side. At the end of the reactor, you see, we obtained melting actually, in the gray zone of the reactor. You see the final situation at the end of the gasification process, which is very high temperature, and there is melting on the wall of the reactor, inside the wall of the reactor, inner part of the reactor, as you see here. And at the end of the reactor, you see the melting of the ash inside the reactor, you can see here. And we have already stopped the operating of the plasma torch. We took out it from the reactor, and you can see inside the reactor, as you see here, which is melting. And this is the reactor, and we actually developed this reactor. We improved the operating principle. We improved the reactor. We changed the reactor, as you see here. At the end of the experimental outputs, we changed this one, and also we developed these parts, and also we actually improved the laboratory operating conditions. Okay, this is the experimental study. How can we perform the exergy and energy analysis of this process? This is really important. Okay, in order to perform the energy analysis, first of all, what we need actually the assumptions. in order to perform the energy exergy analysis or entropy analysis or economic analysis or sustainability or environmental analysis, assumptions are very, very important. If you don't take into consideration the assumptions, you can develop something and which is actually not meaningful, because the results mainly based on the assumptions if you perform the theoretical analysis or thermodynamic analysis. And as you see here, yeah, I will finish it. Okay, first of all, you have to draw the control volume of the plasma gasification system. I have already explained the operating principle. I showed the experimental system as you see here. What kind of inputs we have here? What kind of outputs we have here? First of all, we have to determine all this. As you see here, what we have, for example, here, this is the system, energy flow diagram. What we have input, we have pump electricity input, boiler electricity input, and also what we have energy input by water vapor, energy input by output by syngas, and also energy input by air. And also we have to consider the heat loss from the reactor. And what we need actually the compressed air for the plasma torch. We have to take into consideration the electricity. And what else we need here? We need actually in this system, we need actually the cooling system, and we use the chiller very special. We design the chiller and we actually manufacture it. And then we have to consider the electricity provided to the system. And also we need to determine the electricity for torch. And this is really important, organic waste energy. And we have to take into consideration this one. Okay. And considering this one, and the process is if we actually assume that the steady state process we have here, and then we have to, we can write the total energy input is equal to total energy output. And I have already shown all the parameters as you see here. First I have to write the total energy input, and also I have to write the total energy output. What we don't know the amount of the heat loss. So by actually writing this equality, we can actually take out from the equation, and the heat loss can be calculated. And also, how can we calculate the energy efficiency? What we need to obtain from the system. This is really important. Required output. What is the required output? The required output is to obtain the syngas. Then we have to consider the energy of the syngas. Okay. And then what we know total energy input. And then we can calculate the energy efficiency. And what about the exergy analysis? We know the actual control volume of the energy flow diagram. By considering the energy diagram, we can develop the exergy flow diagram of arc plasma gasification system. And when we look at the actual parameters, we can develop all parameters. What kind of parameters input we have exergetically, what kind of parameters we have here, output exergetically. Okay, and then we can write the exergy balance equation as you see here. Total exergy input is equal to total exergy output, and also we have to consider the total exergy loss. And if we assume that the steady state steady flow process, in 3 minutes I will finish. And as you see here, total exergy input, we can write actually this equation by considering all these parameters. I can explain how can we calculate the exergy of tar. We need actually very big chemical processes. In the exergy courses, summer courses in Turkey, we explain more. If you participate in the next exergy course in Denizli, I think, you can participate there and you can see more details about this equations, how can we calculate them. And also, we can actually calculate the exergy output, and which includes exergy by syngas and exergy heat loss, and also we can calculate the heat loss from this equations. And how can we calculate the exergy efficiency? As you see here, what we need to obtain the syngas, and we have to consider the exergy of the syngas. You can calculate the exergy of the syngas by using some empirical equations in the literature. You can see actually all these calculations, syngas for example, for wastes and solid fuels. You can see actually the calculation, detailed calculations in the chemical books, in the exergy books, particularly our Professor Ibrahim Dinsar's exergy book includes all these calculations. You can see the details as well, and also Professor Chengal's thermodynamic book includes some part of the calculations of these parameters as well. And we can calculate the exergy efficiency by using this one. Okay. At the end of this one, this is the experimental system. What we see the hydrogen. Actually, we perform the test equations, performance equations, and the performance equations show that the hydrogen actually can be produced this amount. And it means, actually, when we look at the exergy efficiency of the system, we need to improve the system. We need to improve the system. This is very low exergy efficiency, but this is experimental work, as you see here. Includes many subsystems, many integrations, many losses, and we need to improve that system. That's why actually the exergy efficiency is low, as you see here. Okay, why we need the plasma gasification? When we compare the plasma gasification to other conventional gasification systems, as you see here, in technical aspects, actually in terms of the environmental aspects and economical aspects, as you see here, plasma gasification has some advantages actually when we compare to other conventional systems. And also, I believe that particularly after 2030, the municipalities will actually pay more attention for applying the plasma gasification system for disposal of the municipal solid waste. And also, if we actually increase the plasma gasification technology application ratio, and when we look at the environmental impact and global warming effect, qualitatively, as you see here, the environmental impact and global warming effect will decrease. It means if we use the plasma gasification technology, we can help to actually decrease the environmental impact and global warming effect of the solid waste. On the other hand, when we look at the right side of this graph, again qualitatively, when we actually increase the plasma gasification technology application ratio, and then we can actually ensure that the environmental sustainability. At the end of this process, we are working on the improvement of the system, and next project actually we are developing this type of the project based on the plasma gasification system. Particularly, we will use the coal, lignite of Turkish lignites, and municipal solid waste. We perform the plasma coal gasification system. Again, at the end of the presentation, I would like to thank TÜBİTAK for technical support, as you see here. On behalf of the project team, and I would like to thank project team, and I would like to thank TÜBİTAK as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Midili, for this excellent presentation. So maybe we can take one or two quick questions. Yes, Professor Midili. Can you use that? Name.
we didn't measure the nitrogen oxides in the gas composition. So here we performed the experimental study by using the oxygen, argon, nitrogen. When we use the nitrogen in the system, at that time we actually see some amount of NOx in the produced gas. If we use the argon and water vapor and CO2 and the argon, and then you cannot see in the you can actually see very little amount of NOx in the produced gas.
Any other questions? There's one question from there, so maybe the last question.
It may be a basic question, but I really wonder how is the gases obtained from the gasification process stored and for what purposes they are used?
A minute. I don't understand.
Can you repeat the question again?
Okay. We obtain gases from the gasification process from waste. Okay. How are we stored them?
Okay.
And for what purposes we use them?
Okay, so if you actually see in the picture, in the schematic illustration of the gasification process, as you see here, you can see why we actually developed this system. You see here, and we didn't store the product gas. Directly we produce the gas. This is the experimental system in technology readiness level in 5. And we need to improve that one. At the end of the process, as you see here, look at this one. And we actually aim to obtain the hydrogen from this product gas. And then all this gas can be burned in a boiler. Okay. Now, in this system, there is no any storage processes. And we use this one particularly for producing the hydrogen or syngas, including CO plus hydrogen, directly into the solid oxide fuel cell to generate electricity and others in the future.
Okay, thank you very much again, Professor Birliği, for this talk. Now we can move to our second invited speaker, and I would like to invite Professor Ali Cemal Benim from University of Düsseldorf.
Thank you. At the beginning of my talk, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Ibrahim Dicha, who is the founding chair session, symposium chair, Professor Yasir, and technical chair, Professor Chopin, for their kind invitation and for this nice conference. Okay, now I'm not seeing my presentation here. Okay. In the last few years, we did some work on investigation on cogeneration basic recovery by thermoelectric generators, and I would like to show some results out of this work. Okay, it's not working. Let me page it. Almost. Yes, no. Okay. A thermoelectric generator is a device which converts heat into electric power A TEG module consists of N-type or P-type semiconductor materials that are connected thermally in parallel and electrically in series. TEGs have advantages that are compact, maintenance-free, noise-free, and scalable. Their disadvantage is their low efficiency. The commercially available TEGs have efficiencies less than 7%. However, when it is about waste recovery, efficiency may be considered to be of rather secondary importance. In this figure, you see a basic component, a basic part of a TEG. Where is the light? Okay, consisting of a P and N leg. We have hot side with hot side temperature, cold side with cold side temperature. In this solid medium, we have two types of transport processes. We have transport of heat by conduction, well-known Fourier's law, and we have, of course, Joule heating, since we have electricity flow. And we have the thermoelectric effect, flow of conduction of electricity, governed by these three laws: Lebesgue effect, Peltier effect, Thomson effect. This one is here important. UOC is the open circuit potential. Applying a temperature difference between hot and cold sides, you can generate some potential. Alphas are the Lebesgue coefficients. So these solid transport processes are coupled with flow processes. We have also flow sides, since the TEGs need to be cooled. And TEGs need to be put under some pressure, but this should not be too high for not destroying the TEG. Therefore, structural issues are important, so at the end we have actually a multiplicity problem. Here you see the role of pressure. These are some results obtained at our test rig. Electric power generated by a TEG, applying some pressure. Without pressure, you get 8 watts. Going to 8 to 12 bars, you can more than double the power. This is for, the reason is the contact resistance. Contact resistance is very important and for overcoming the contact resistance. Development of TEGs actually is a subject for material science. Our emphasis, development of heat utilization systems based on TEGs. So TEGs give some electric power, but you need some hydraulic power to cool it. And at the end of the day, what counts is the net power. So the task is the control of heat flux to achieve optimum delta T, to achieve high electric power, and do this with low hydraulic power. This flowchart shows more or less how our work was structured, and I will stick to this in my talk for orientation. On one side, we investigated solid state transport processes. On the other side, fluid flow. We worked with open foam, so our flow analysis was based on open foam. And also in the solid part, we developed first a 0D model, a 1D and 3D model in open foam. And then combined both branches into a combined model dealing solid and fluid parts, and we named this the solver, we named STG form. And we looked at some interesting issues with that. One is the temperature homogeneity. I will add this is my talk, and then we'll look at a few applications. Okay, these are the equations for the 0D modeling. These red symbols show the electrical and thermal resistances, which are actually difficult to estimate. You should apply some convenient procedures. I won't go into detail now in that respect. Three-dimensional equations on the left side, solid phase, conservation of thermal energy, combining Peltier effect with Fourier's law and Joule heating, and conservation of charge, Lebesgue effect combined with Ohm's law. And on the fluid side, assuming incompressible fluid, conservation of mass and momentum energy, and if your flow is turbulent, some turbulence small equations. Some numerical issues, I will skip them now. And then now let's look at a validation study using the developed 3D solve form. For this, let us consider this one. This is the TEG from European thermodynamics. In this calculations and measurements, constant temperatures are applied on the hot and cold sides. So the boundary conditions are hot and constant temperatures, predicted temperature field, predicted potential field, and comparison of the predictions, the lines with some measurements. As you see, the electric power is increasing as expected with increasing delta T, as the other parameters also do, and the agreements with the measurements and predictions is quite good. Okay, there's a validation study on the fluid side, but let me skip this one for saving some time. Let's look at the TG for combined model. For example, this application, this is the TG what we saw before, this one, with different boundary conditions. Here we don't apply a constant boundary condition on the cold side, but it's cooled. The temperature is the result of calculation, the surface temperature. We apply the impingement cooling, impinging slot jet is cooling the jets. You see the computational grid from different views. So in the upper figure, you see the predicted streamlines. In the lower field, you see the predicted, lower figure, you see the predicted temperature field along the surface, just cutting on top of the TGs on the cold side of the TGs. As you see, there is a considerable temperature distribution from leg to leg. There are some variations, and even for one leg, we have some temperature variations. This brought up a question for us: what's the effect of this? Since in the literature we don't find an answer, so this was not investigated. Normally, TGs are considered always by applying or assuming a constant temperature on one side or the other side of the TG. So we made some studies for investigating its effect. Has this an effect, and why and how? Some computational and experimental studies were performed. This figure, okay. Now, let's look at this figure for understanding the results. Now, for investigating the effect of temperature in homogeneity, we are looking now at such a case. We don't have a constant temperature on the cold and hot side, we have variable temperatures. When we look at the cold side, for example, we may have such a variation. And we can define delta T on the cold side by delta T C max minus delta T min. So this gives a homogeneity on the cold side. And we can also define average temperature. The same can be done on the hot side. And the overall temperature difference under which the TG stain is then defined as the difference of the average temperatures. In the experiments, we could not maintain variable hot side temperature, but we could create cold side variations by applying independent cooling blocks. And this figure summarizes the results of this phase of the study. On the vertical axis, you see the decrease of the power as percentage. On the horizontal axis, you see the relative inhomogeneity, delta Tc, the difference on the cold side divided by the overall temperature difference. As you see, there is a negative effect of the inhomogeneity. The power is decreasing with increasing relative inhomogeneity, and the green curve is for delta T 150 degrees, red curve is for 70. So with increasing delta T, the effect is increasing. And you can also see where it comes from. You can see this in the brown curve. The brown curve is obtained by the validated computational model by assuming constant material properties. The material properties of TGs are very highly temperature dependent. In the computations, you can assume that they are constant. When you assume that they are constant, you don't see any effect. So the reason for this behavior is variable temperature dependence. Now, when you look at the values, numbers on the vertical axis, you see, but it's not too bad. It's going up to 3% at maximum, even for 80% homogeneity, and that much homogeneity is not unlikely to occur. So, in an application, you may have maybe homogeneities up to 25%. For this value, you have less than 0.5% penalty, so it's really quite small and negligible, which is, it is also an interesting conclusion. That means you can apply cooling technologies which create an intensive cooling, but an homogeneous profile, so it doesn't matter, it doesn't harm. For example, like impinging jet. Indeed, you see a comparison here between channel cooling and impingement jet cooling. Predicted net power is plotted against hydraulic power. You see that impinging jet is giving more power, although the pattern is homogeneous compared to the channel. Now, let's look at the applications, cogeneration. This was a cooperation with a company called Endres. They are producing wood burning furnaces, wood-based burning furnaces. They are mostly used at wood industry. And a lot of heat is produced after the combustion, and the heat is used for heating the facility, but there is more heat than necessary actually. So the idea was to use some of it for power electricity generation, the cogeneration, and we started a project with the goal of converting 3% of the thermal power to electricity. And the thermal power is 150 kilowatts, and our goal was to produce 4.5 kilowatts. Now, we analyzed this furnace experimentally and computationally. It's a complex system. You can define here 3 subdomains with different physics. First, we have the furnace domain, high temperatures for gas flow with volumetric homogeneous reactions as well as heterogeneous surface reactions on the bed. And then we can define exhaust track without reactions but hot gas flow, and then you have the water domain on the other side of the heat exchanger. We analyze these domains with some coupling, of course. We coupled them with thermal boundary conditions and made some analysis, also some measurements. Here you see the predicted temperature field for the furnace. The points are measured temperatures at several measured positions, and the lines show some predicted temperatures using different combustion models. You see that the agreement is quite fair. And exhaust track, you see temperature field in this color plot. And again, here at several points measured, temperatures were measured, and you can observe quite good agreement between measurements and predictions. This is the flow field on the water domain. We didn't have any direct measurements in the water domain since the water vessel was pressurized. It wasn't very easy to do, but we can say that it's an indirect validation since the results of this calculation was used to derive thermal boundary conditions for the other domains. Now, okay. Now, how to apply TGs, we have many ideas for this. Actually, ideal situation would be to integrate the TGs into the furnace, but the producer was a bit reluctant. They didn't want to change their design a lot. So at first stage, we decided to make an external heat exchanger. So this is the usual exhaust gas track. The exhaust gases are leaving the furnace for years. We just close it here and take the exhaust gas from the front and they should go to an external heat exchanger and brought back afterwards to the original exhaust track. For the design of the heat exchanger, again, there were many ideas, of course, some calculations in advance and so on. As a first trial, this type of heat exchanger was designed. You see there are 4 tiny channels. Through them, the exhaust gas is flowing, and TEGs are arranged on both sides of these channels. For being able to make some quick calculations for this system, we also developed a one-dimensional model. The flow is modeled using the well-known correlations, Nusselt number and friction coefficient correlations from the literature. And the heat transmission here through the wall is worth to mention. So we have hot gas here, the heat is transferred over across the wall to TEG, but we don't want that heat is just transferred to this space. Actually, these spaces should be insulated. We want that heat is collected from a larger area on the hot gas side and directed to TEG contact area. So actually, we have a heat collecting situation here. For this, we also use some, actually it's a 3-dimensional problem. We use some correlations which were based on previous numerical analysis. Based on this model, we made a one-dimensional model of the channel. The red areas are indicated TEGs. They can be placed anywhere. And then we have many segments, and the gray areas are insulated areas. And we let many variables change to find an optimal solution. The design objectives, we had 2. Design space as small as possible, and number of TEGs as small as possible. And in the optimization, we had also some constraints, that power 4.5 kilowatts. Hot side temperature of TEG as high as possible, but not higher than 320 degrees, otherwise the TEGs get destroyed. The thickness of the channel should be not smaller than 1 centimeter. This is because of the ash content of the exhaust gas for preventing deposition and blockage. And we used a nomad for the optimization, which is based on mesh adaptive direct search algorithm. Here you see the Pareto front of the optimization. The horizontal axis shows the number of TEGs, and the vertical axis shows the design space. We can identify 2 extreme solutions, A and B. A is the solution with minimum number of TEGs, with the maximum design space, and B is the minimum design space with maximum number of TEGs. So the number of TEGs are doubling more or less. In A, we have 462 TEGs. In B, we have 124. The temperature profiles, the degree temperature profiles are revealing. So here we see how the temperatures vary along the channel based on the calculations, one-dimensional calculations. The red curve shows the hot side temperature of the TEGs. The green curve shows the gas temperature, which is always declining, of course, because of heat transfer. This is for the solution A. This is for B. When you look at the solution A, you can see that the TEGs are operating really quite optimally. They catch the maximum temperature, and there is nothing to worry about it. They work efficiently. In B, they do not. At the beginning, they have the required temperature, but the temperature declines. The reason is, here the objective for this solution, the objective is to keep the design space as small as possible. Because of the declining gas temperature, delta T between the TEG and gas is decreasing. So the heat flow rate tends to decrease for being able to collect sufficient heat to build up a high temperature, the TGs afterwards need some more place around them to collect the heat. But since this objective wants to minimize the space is not given. So they don't have sufficient space to collect heat, the temperatures drop, so they don't operate optimally. At the end, you have a small design space, but since the TGs don't operate optimally, you need more TGs compared to nearly double of TGs compared to A. So we decided for this solution, a type of solution, since in the waste food industry, the space is not a big problem. They have sufficient space. After this one-dimensional analysis, we also performed three-dimensional verifications, fine-tuning of the optimal solution. Here, we cannot do very many calculations since these calculations are quite time-consuming. I think we did 13 calculations. These are some temperature profiles again on the chart. You see there are some variations. We couldn't reach an ideally constant temperature. We always have a decline towards the end, but we have limited time and limited resources. We could, then we took just the best of the results and continued with that. Here you see the temperature based on these calculations. You see how the TGs are placed along the channel and the temperatures, how they look like. You see there are some temperature variations, but it's not too bad for each TG. From the temperature span is nearly 20 degrees, not too much. We also saw that it doesn't harm really. This is the prototype which was then produced and installed at the company, and as a result, unfortunately, we could not reach our goal. We could measure 3.9 kilowatts, so it's 87% of the target value. How much time do I have?
Almost 6 minutes.
Oh, I was quick. Then let's look at an application. I don't have much slides on that. It's just very simple. It was another application in cooperation with this company, Schmidt. It's about forging process. In forging, you have a lot of hot parts that just give heat to the atmosphere, to the environment, with getting cooled. So in this application, we have about 200 parts of each 3 kilogram on the bed, cooling from 1,200 Celsius to 800 Celsius. So there's a considerable heat loss by radiation. And the idea was to collect this heat and to make some electricity out of it. Applying these procedures mentioned before, we also demonstrated for this. You see it in the operation. Here, this demonstrator has an area of half square meter, and for this area, the radiative, it's actually the heat flow rate is by radiation, 14,800, and we obtained a net electric power of 388. So when you make an efficiency out of it by dividing numbers, you see that it's 2.6%. So now I am concluding this slide. Validated computational models for predicting TG performance are presented. Development of TG-based cogeneration waste heat recovery systems are presented. The obtained overall system efficiencies turn out to be around 2.5%. However, these are the first demonstrators, and we have some ideas how to improve it. So potentials for improvement exist. On the other side, there's a general trend for increasing TG efficiency through material research. with increasing TEG performance and increasing the system efficiencies can be expected. And these are, I acknowledge the colleagues who worked in these projects in different parts. So I'm finished. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Then the floor is now open for questions. Yes, Professor Şenger.
Thermoelectric generators. They are really very attractive because, as you mentioned, there are no moving parts. They are quiet, they don't break down. But the problem is the inherent inefficiency. So we don't see them around, some but not much. So how is the future outlook about thermoelectric generators having higher efficiencies, being more competitive, and being utilized in more areas?
Well, the development of thermoelectric generators is going on, but frankly speaking, I'm not following it very closely. I just hope that people develop some thermoelectric generators which higher efficiencies, but I don't know any future perspective of this. What values are in the near future are expected, I don't know. But as far as our systems are concerned, so the electrical, the efficiency of the thermoelectric generator itself is one issue. The other issue is the hydraulic power and the net efficiency. So our concern is more the reducing the hydraulic power and making the system more efficient in this respect. So in our systems, we have some ideas for improving the net power, so increasing the net efficiency. And we hope that when the TEG efficiencies increase, we will get then even higher efficiencies. And this project with the company is continuing. So this was the first phase, I mean, the wood furnace. And we are now designing a new concept, so the company is interested for improving the net efficiency.
I think we have one more question.
Yes. My name is Dr. Utlu. Thank you very much for your presentation. As I saw, you said in your presentation, 90% radioactive heat losses. And how can we use these radioactive losses?
Radiative?
Yeah.
You mean?
How can they be used?
Yeah, yes.
The waste.
So
90% radioactive heat losses, and this temperature is very high.
So, yes, we are trying to use this loss. We are trying to utilize it. We are collecting it. So we are capturing for half square meter power of radiative power of 14,800 and converting it to electricity with low efficiency, of course. So if you increase the area, you can capture more, of course. So this is the number. 9% has lost in 5 square meter area. So the whole belt is an area of 5 square meter. We made demonstrated half square meter. You can make a larger demonstrator, you capture more of it.
For example, can we use thermophotovoltaic systems, these radioactive losses?
Sorry?
Thermophotovoltaic systems, in thermophotovoltaic systems.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think there are no more questions. So thank you again, Professor Benim, for the presentation. And we have a final invited speaker for this session, and it will be an online presenter. And the presenter is Professor Birol Kılkış from Austin Technical University. Can you hear us, Professor Kılkış? Okay, Professor Kılkış, can you hear us? Professor Birol Kılkış, can you hear us?
Evet, geliyor hocam şimdi. Duyuyoruz sizi.
Tamam. O zaman
Evet.
başlayalım.
Başlayın hocam. Söz sizin.
İyi günler. Güzel bir toplantı idrak edilmesini diliyorum ve organizasyon komitesine en iyi dileklerimi ve teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum.
Hocam
Bugün,
İngilizce.
efendim,
İngilizce sunumdan PowerPoint paylaşırsanız.
benim sunumu İngilizce hazırladım ama üzerine Türkçe konuşabilirim.
Yok, o salon İngilizce.
Yani İngilizce konuşuyorum değil mi?
Evet hocam.
Okay.
İngilizce var.
Good morning, and I wish a very successful meeting, and I thank you with my appreciations to the organizing committee and especially to Professor Surut. And today I will be trying to bring some clarification to the terminology debate about, is it energy? Oh, this is another one, sorry.
Do you share me your presentation, Professor?
Yes, yes. Now, this is my presentation because there's another presentation going on right now with me. So the title is it climate change or global warming? This is a debate about the terminology related to the recent climatic excessive actions and climatic crisis. This is Professor Birol Kılkış, fellow Eşrey, and I am from Austin Technical University. I would like to start with a saying from Dr. Peter Novak. What he says is that we are paying for the quantity of energy, but we are only using the...
I'm sorry, but we cannot see your screen. Did you share your screen?
Yes, I did. One moment.
Okay, now we can see it.
Yeah.
Can you also make it full screen, please?
Yes, sure. I am already on the first screen. As I said, I would like to start with the saying from Dr. Peter Novak about what he says is that we are paying for the quantity of energy, the first law, and what we are using only the quality, the exchange of energy. And this is a key saying, therefore, I just quoted here, and the title is it climate change or global warming?
Thank you.
So in this presentation, different definitions about global warming are examined. It aims to mask the human-caused global occur over a period of 8 to 10 years. Their definition and their standing point. While the main carbon dioxide versus time curve concerning the exponential increase since the industrialization period is ignored. This study shows that according to the second law, the actual carbon dioxide emissions due to exogenous destructions are much higher than anticipated and higher than the values calculated according to the first law and measured at the source. So the ones that we measure at the sources are available and we see it in the atmosphere, but we cannot track down all the sources where they come from. Therefore, today's decarbonization activities will fall short because the root causes of these emissions cannot be recognized and defined. It is concluded that the phrase global warming is much more realistic and definitive because exogenous destructions are the net result of human activities. Cripps killing curve.
Can you also make it full screen? We cannot see full screen.
This is full screen on my side.
Okay.
May I continue, please?
Okay, but we only see the first screen. There's a problem we couldn't solve. Can you try pressing F5? Maybe it will work. Okay, now we can see the third. Okay, now it's going well. So please continue.
Okay. Can you see the full screen?
Yeah, it's okay now. You can continue. Thank you.
Yeah. This is the Scripps killing curve, which clearly indicates that we all know the carbon dioxide concentration in terms of parts per million is steadily increasing. But what the climate change people are saying is this one, these small ripples. Yes, there are some small changes and oscillations in the climatic change, but this is embedded on the main curve, which is steadily increasing, and that is what we call global warming. So the big picture is related to something else rather than these small ripples. And actually, this was already known by several papers in the early 1950s, but they were hidden. So this is actually a carbon dioxide action, and mostly from human activities. So nature destroys minimum exergy. Humans destroy much more. This curve is actually about the destruction of exergy, kilowatt per kilowatt, versus the supply temperature or the exergy of the fuel. The fossil fuels have much more destructive potential, where the renewables have less. And if we extrapolate backwards this one, we will see that the reference temperature of the nature has almost zero exergy destructions. So the dotted lines represent the human activities, and the total global average of the so-called renewable energy management, rational energy management model efficiency, Xi-R, is only about 20%. So which means that we are wasting most of the exergy of the natural resources in opposition to the nature. Let's take a very simple example, a solar PV panel. Let's say it generates electric power with a high unit exergy of 0.95 kilowatt per kilowatt with an efficiency of, let's say, 0.18, because it's not cool like in a PVT. But let's say the remaining is destroyed as a heat, the thermal exergy. In order to offset that, let's assume that we use a boiler. Therefore, in red, you see the carbon dioxide emissions responsibility. One is the direct, and the other one is because the boiler now destroys the potential of electricity generation. So the photovoltaic part mitigates some carbon dioxide in green, 0.31, but it generates much more, 1.9. So even a solar photovoltaic panel, the Xi-R is about 0.6 or even less, has some carbon dioxide footprint because it destroys the thermal exergy. So even renewable systems, as shown on the right-hand side, have some destructive components, and these are, of course, human-made, because nature doesn't make solar photovoltaics. Humans do solar photovoltaics, design, build, and operate. And this is the assumption that the Xi-R will hopefully increase by the years starting from 2030, starting from about 0.20, and assuming ideally reaching 1, ideally speaking. With this assumption, we are also expecting the so-called delta CO2, which is due to the exergy destructions, is going to reduce compared to the carbon dioxide emissions directly measured. The delta CO2 is not measurable on the source. That's the problem. And the supply exergy, the delta CO2 is a function of the rational exergy management efficiency times a K value, which is a constant value depending upon the process. And this nature destroys minimum exergy, yes. Taking as basis our solar system at 5,778 Kelvin on the surface, the observable universe has a CMBRT, namely cosmic microwave background radiant temperature, is 2.74. So according to the ideal Carnot cycle, the exergy destruction is in the order of 10 to the minus 4, and the rationality is about 9.995. So exergy destruction in the observable universe is quite negligible. But on the right, let's remember that even in a renewable, so-called renewable photovoltaic system, there are exergy destructions, and this is about 0.4. It's about 10 times more than what the universe destroys. This was presented in 2004 in the International Journal of Exergy, naming the exergy flow from the observable universe to the infinity. So recognition of gap of humans, what's that? Today, the projections say that the best projection with greener growth and carbon capture and storage, we can only stabilize the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere to 450 parts per million. But the Paris Agreement is down at 280 parts per million in around 2050. So what is missing? The first law only can reduce the carbon dioxide emissions down to the stabilization target. But we need something to put this line down to Paris Agreement point. This is the recognition gap in the literature. So with the linear economy, we can only stabilize, but we need something else. That is exergy. So what we don't see is this very simple equation. The exergy destructions are responsible from real carbon dioxide emission responsibilities, but not detectable at the source. It may be in some other countries, some other cities, some other buildings, but it is real. It is shown, it appears in the atmosphere, but because we cannot see the root causes, we cannot take sufficient measures to mitigate that component. And that is, of course, as given in this equation, is a matter of the second law. In this respect, for example, this is a projection by IPCCI and the affiliates. Coal, gas, biomass, solar, hydro, nuclear, and wind or onshore have carbon dioxide emissions due to mainly embodiments. Let's say for coal, it's 820, but it has also, when a thermal power plant is utilized, it has at least equal amount of delta CO2 due to operation, because in a coal-fired power plant, we destroy the thermal part, like in the PV case, and also the embodiments. So these additions are not seen. This is the recognition gap, and this recognition gap can only be understood by the second law. The blue ones are the first law, the top ones are the second law, and we are already missing that. If we continue to miss these components, it will be never possible. It will be just a quite a good dream to reach Paris Agreement. So the first law, exergy can increase in a period of time, but the second law, the rationality starts from the 0.2 point up to ideally to 1. But the difference today is the net window of opportunity. In other words, we can shift this blue line up to the first law, and as you see, the first law has limited opportunity left because the efficiencies are already high enough in a sense, but the second law definitions are so low that we need much more effort to reach the ideal point. And this is a matter of the people. Seen and unseen carbon dioxide emissions. This, let's say, a very solid example, a boiler. We measure the fuel, we know its high heating value, low heating value, everything, and we pay for high heating value, but we use, in this case, the lower heating value to the calorimeter, and the cost is linear. Fuel price times the cubic meter that our fuel meter reads. The carbon dioxide in this case is directly, which comes from the stack, it is 0.235, quite small, as said. And of course, because this is not a condensing boiler, we also have some water vapor, which is also as effective as carbon dioxide on greenhouse effect. But let's see, what we don't see is that the same boiler is destroying exergy, where the natural gas is burning at about 2235 Kelvin. This is the fuel temperature, but we just only use the small part for heat between T1 and T2. So additional emissions, cost, energy are in order. And when we calculate the simply the exogenous destruction is about 0.815 compared to 0.87, which is the unit exogenous of natural gas. So there is a resource destruction, which means, of course, carbon dioxide. The K value, the multiplier is about 2.1. So when we add the delta CO2 is 1.71 kilogram CO2 per kilowatt hour, let's say, compared to the boiler itself, 0.335. So the ratio is quite impressive, 7 times. So what we see today and what we try to mitigate carbon dioxide with one measure, but we have unseen 7 more measures that we can take easily by minimizing the exogenous destructions. Well, how? The boiler might use as a cogeneration system electricity, some heat, superheat, even some coal. In other words, we just minimize the exogenous destructions. Then, as you see, the delta CO2 or CO2 becomes 0.2, starting from 7. So this is possible, and this is possible by today's technology. So what we see versus what we don't see is very important. What we can do, we can, if you want to have a linear approach to the Paris Agreement from today to 2050, we have to spend at least 2.5 times more money, more effort, more technology to reach to 2050 targets, to catch up with that by minimizing the delta CO2, which means minimizing exogenous destructions. And on the left, this means the awareness gap will be shortened, reduced, and the Paris Agreement points may be reached on time only with delta CO2. But let's remember, our title was, is it global warming or global or climate change? The difference is the delta CO2, and this is, as you have seen, is in the boiler case, in the PV case, is just directly related to human actions, not nature. Nature doesn't use a boiler. Nature doesn't use a photovoltaic system, which is called green. It's not green, it's greenish. So these are some calculations, but the carbon dioxide increase is a function of human policies. As a result, method of human policies are given here. And this is Pareto. Pareto principle is influencing the economy, which means that how 10% of the households with the highest per capita contribute about 45% of the emissions. Again, human-made. On the other hand, households with the lowest, the poorest capita emissions homes just are responsible about 15%. So there's a huge gap. That gap is also on the economy side, the Pareto. So let me go a little bit fast. We have to translate these principles to cities and other urban areas. And the linear economy is just a tangent to the environmental issues, which are highly nonlinear. And therefore, the face value of Pareto economics can be even defined in terms of Carnot cycle. It is only about 110 degrees Celsius. In other words, today's economy can cover, if it can cover properly with the first law, can cover processes up to the boiling point only. The higher exergy, the higher energy and temperature applications are beyond the scope of today's economy. So today's economy cannot help to reduce and mitigate carbon dioxide. So these are the nonlinearities, which the linear economy cannot handle. It's very obvious. So this is another view. It's an ellipsoid. The Pareto line or today's economy can only have tangential solutions, and in order to have complete solution, we have to have, mathematically speaking, infinite number of tangents to define this ellipsoid. So this is the Pareto error that has to be taken care of. This is the today's economy, which have to be inverted.
The last
yes.
7-8 minutes, okay? 7-8 minutes. The last
okay.
7-8 minutes.
Sure, thank you. And of course, there are deniers that global warming is not human-made. It is a climate action. And this is taken from Investors Business Daily. It is just a reflection of the linear Pareto economy. The businessmen today just claim that there is no global warming. And this is a list of numbers and the answers to that. I am not going to dwindle, but this is another indication that economy rules today the environment, which should be the opposite. The environment should rule the economy. Effect of human activities with exogenous destructions is given here. This is the atmospheric observations which accumulates CO2 and delta CO2, that's fine. But this is what can be calculated or what can be traced on Earth. Direct carbon dioxide emissions. But the difference is delta CO2, and the difference of delta CO2 is human-made. So therefore, this real line above the carbon dioxide direct emission curve or line is purely human-made. And the difference in human-made delta CO2 in Kelvin, it is about 0.69 kelvins per gigaton CO2 for the unseen part or the delta CO2 part of emissions in gigatons per gigaton. The atmosphere of the globe is warming up by almost 7.7 Kelvin. Or net zero energy building or net zero exergy building is another difference. Let's say this is a building where it shares heat, cold, and power with the district energy system. The total is the same. So this is a net zero energy building over a period of, let's say, a year. Q1, Q2, Q3 on the building that it uses or gives back to the district is equal to Q1, Q2, Q3 that it takes from the district. So there is nothing wrong from the first law point of view, but Q1 and Q2 and Q3 might be different. Beyond that, when we add the exergies, let's say the building provides heat at a different temperature than it receives from the district and vice versa, then it's not a net zero exergy building. So what is the, whose fault is this? It's again the human made, because they are not providing the same exergy, not energy, but the same exergy to the district or vice versa. So net zero means something, but it doesn't mean net zero exergy. Is it sufficient? CO2 is the unit carbon of a fuel divided by its efficiency, the first law, times the amount is the first law, but the second law, as I have already mentioned, is K times the destruction or duration exergy management. So they are quite different, and the ratio between them is given on this equation. Let's say K could be 1.1 or 2.1, depending upon where the major exergy destruction occurs, either before or upstream the application or downstream of the application. Two cases given here. And the psi is approximately demand exergy divided by supply exergy in unit terms. And in an example, it is 5 times. Remember the boiler case, it was 7 times. So this is something reality, and we see only one carbon dioxide emission cause. Its root cause is available, obvious, but we miss the rest. And we can only reduce this by reducing the exergy destructions, which humans can make that. So linear economy, the European Union says that the ground source heat pumps is the cheapest of today in the quest of total electrification of the European countries. But it's just economy. But let's see what happens. Nature again doesn't build a heat pump. This is a 3-dimensional view of all types of exergy destructions happening from the ground source or air source down to the application. Here we see that we can only see the direct emissions, but we don't see many delta CO2 terms starting from the ground source or air source and the power plant, let's say, and this is what we cannot really measure, but we can anticipate that and we can take measures against that. So global warming versus climate change is a matter of mainly the exergy destructions, and the exergy destructions definitely tells us that it is global warming. The correct term is global warming, because although global warming is part of the climate change, the global warming is totally human-made. So if we want to describe what we are doing, what are our own faults and problems, it is global warming. What's in the name is also given by even NASA, says that global warming is in the foreground. And when referring to surface temperature changes, Chen used global warming. But when we discuss the many other changes that would be induced by increasing carbon dioxide, like climate change, there's climate change. So we have to be very clear. Man-made, we are responsible for most of the global or the surface temperature increase, but that increase also yields climate change. So we have to be using these two words, not exchangeably, but separately. But from our point of view, human actions, it is global warming. The result is some climate change. There are some more that you can read on global climate change from NASA. So what we conclude is that whatever we name it, we have to undoubtedly recognize that what we are experiencing today are human-made by unsurpassed proportion. So humanity and market economy need to be rediscovered and be peaceful with the nature, with extra rationality. Then we will have the possibilities to reduce and to achieve Paris Agreement goals in timely manner. Thank you so much.
Professor Kılkış, could you please wrap up?
Yes, I think I made the conclusions. The conclusion is that the term global warming directly relates to human-made carbon dioxide emissions. Climate change is a result of the global warming.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question from the audience? I think no question. Okay, thank you very much for this presentation.
And you have the presentation, so whoever can or wishes to have the presentation with all animations may have it. If you also agree that the presentation can be distributed, please do not hesitate to distribute my presentation to anyone. Thank you. And if there are any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Bye.
Now I have the honor of inviting our symposium chair, Professor Mehmet Ziya, to the stage for presenting a plaque to honor of our section chair, Professor Özgür Çolpan, for their remarkable contributions to our symposium.
Our esteemed symposium chair, Professor Mehmet Ziya, and session chair, Professor Özgür Çolpan, conclude their presence on stage. Let's express our gratitude. And sorry for that. We thought you late. So please. Ziya Söğüt, our session chair, Professor Özgür Çolpan, and Professor Adnan Midilli conclude their presence on stage. Please express our gratitude with a round of applause. And our esteemed guests, this concludes our program at the conference hall. Thank you for your active participation and insightful discussions.
Her zaman yanındayız. 5 dakika. Bu işler böyle oluyor.